morning, my friends. Good morning. How is everyone today? We had a wonderful weekend and a wonderful Mother's Day. And today is Monday, May 13th of 2024, and we are entering day 10 of the Karen Reed trial. Day 10. This is week 3. First week, there was one day off. I think the Wednesday was off for a law day. So there were only 4 days of court the first week, 5 days of court the second week. And as you know, we only have half days on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 9 to 1. So today is a full day, jam-packed with activity. We're going to rejoin the courtroom with Brian Albert on the stand for cross-examination. And it is going to be a day that you don't want to miss, in my opinion. It's going to be crazy. He testified on direct examination on Friday, and of course, they dragged it all the way until the end of the day. But I'm not even really sure at this point what time court is supposed to end. Is it they only go until 4? Do they go until 5? Do they go until whatever time the judge she feels like breaking? I don't know. But I went back over the weekend and watched a lot of the testimony from last week, and there's a lot of conflicting testimony among the Alberts. Anybody else notice that? Some very interesting testimony from Nicole Albert, who is the wife of Brian. Wife of Brian. That reminds me of the Life of Brian. Remember Life of Brian, the old Monty Python movie? That was a really great movie. The wife of Brian testified that she knows exactly where Chloe the German Shepherd is, that she called the breeder in Texas when they decided to rehome Chloe, and that she met the woman who lives in Vermont that Chloe was rehomed to halfway to do the handoff of Chloe. And when questioned on cross by Eliza Little, who I think did a phenomenal job with Nicole Albert, she said, "You know where Chloe is?" And Nicole said, "Oh yeah, I know where Chloe is. I told the attorney that I knew where she was in case she was needed for anything." And they immediately had a sidebar because I think that was news to the defense. They've been told throughout the pendency of this case, as you know, because we've been to most of the court hearings together on YouTube, they had no idea where Chloe was, and they couldn't locate Chloe, and therefore no dog DNA could be swabbed or tested from Chloe. But Nicole Albert knows exactly where Chloe is. So that was kind of a bombshell, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. That was a sidebar again. Hi, Aunt Phoebe. Good morning. We should have heard what they decided since Lally knew. I wonder if he'll be sanctioned. I wonder if Lally will be sanctioned for never giving up the location of Chloe, because Chloe has been a pivotal part of this case from the beginning. From the beginning, the defense has been saying that the defense thinks that the wounds to John O'Keefe's right arm are from a dog, perhaps Chloe. But nobody seemed to know where Chloe was, and they weren't giving up her location. But we found out on Friday that Nicole Albert knows exactly where Chloe is and told her attorney, and it was never turned over. Are we outraged? Is anybody outraged? I don't know. I am. I think as a sanction, I think nothing regarding any of the dog DNA that they did, the dog DNA testing that they did on the clothing, because remember, no swabs were ever taken from John O'Keefe's right arm. No tissue samples were ever taken. So the only thing that could be tested was John O'Keefe's shirt. Which shirt? He had 2 shirts on. He had a long sleeve shirt underneath of that gray and blue hoodie that we saw. So, not to mention the chain of custody of the clothing. You're going to find out when Proctor testifies that he didn't log John O'Keefe's clothing into evidence for something like 3 weeks. We've seen the debacle that has been the evidence collection process in this case from the get-go, because they're making the Canton Police Department look out. They're making the Canton Police Department out to look like a ship of fools. Keystone cops, completely incompetent, because they cleared the scene before 8 o'clock when Julie Albert got there with her donuts. And it was completely unattended until all of a sudden Massachusetts State Police came around 6:30 p.m. and started finding pieces of red tail light. The whole thing is so ridiculous. I don't see how anybody can see how this is not reasonable doubt, like we've really never seen in any other case. So, what say you? Mamacita. Grant Smith Ellis assaulted a female journalist this morning. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I did see somebody sent me, a lot of people sent me stuff about that. I'd like to stay away from the side drama today because I think the most important thing for us to cover is the actual trial. Thank you for that, though. I don't know what is wrong with that guy. I don't know why he thinks it's his line. And I really don't want to give him any more air or any more oxygen because maybe like a fly, he will just go away when there's no more oxygen. I don't know. Charlie Lynn, thanks for gifting 5 memberships. That's so very generous of you. And thank you. And congratulations to everyone who was randomly selected to receive a membership. Welcome. On top, thank you so much for your super sticker. Thank you, Web Weaver, for wishing me a happy Mother's Day. I hope everyone else had a happy Mother's Day as well. And also for being a member for 4 months. Dave the Pious, thanks for the super chat. Not going to lie, this judge is a dictator and the Alberts are super sketchy. I wonder if Brian Albert's going to come in today and greet the jury like he did last week. Remember when he came in and he said, hello, good morning, counsel. Good morning, judge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And he had on his Mr. Rogers sweater. That was a nice touch with the yellow tie. We'll see what he wears today, what his choice of wardrobe will be, and whether whoever is cross-examining him will be able to push his buttons, because that is truly what a great cross-examination is. If you know how to push somebody's buttons and you know how to get under their skin and what will make them fly off the handle, and you can do it with finesse and in a classy way, I have an idea. We might see some of that today. I think that probably Alan Jackson is going to be crossing him. And this is going to be really interesting. Remember that Brian Albert testified under direct that he had never met Michael Proctor before. There are a lot of things that he's going to be cross-examined about. He also testified that when he woke up because his sister-in-law, Jen McCabe, bombed into the room between 6 and 6:30. And you notice how he and his wife, Nicole, both said the same thing, between 6 and 6:30. And, I'm just guessing here, but I know I have a lot of retired law enforcement in the chat, and I know that a lot of my viewers are also retired law enforcement. Do you sleep with a gun next to your bed in case of any kind of home invasion? Would your sister-in-law bursting or bombing, as he said, into your bedroom in the morning raise alarm? I think he said bombed into the room, didn't he? Bombed or burst. They leave their doors open. Apparently, they don't lock their doors. He's a member of the fugitive task force and he doesn't lock his doors. So many things I found to be just a little bit. They strained my credulity. Did they strain your credulity as well? So many different stories among the Alberts. Nicole Albert says that she came over with the donuts for her nephew's birthday. He was turning 23, Brian Albert Jr., and it was her tradition to come over with 6 donuts and a card every time it was his birthday, or maybe every niece or nephew's birthday. I'm not sure, but she says she came over sometime between 8 and 8:30. The fan is up. And she was gonna leave the donuts in the car, except that Brian came to the door and told her to come in, and then she changed it to he asked her to come in. And she was like, no, I'm just gonna leave the donuts in the car. But then later, somebody else said that it wasn't just donuts, it was coffee. So do you really believe that she was going to leave the donuts in the car and the coffee during a blizzard? And then he said, come in. So she went in. So they were all sitting in the kitchen and they said, something happened to John. And she said, John who? And they said, John O'Keefe. And she said, oh, is he going to be okay? And Jen McCabe said to her, we don't know. She said that was sometime around 8 or 8:30. And she says she stayed there for 45 minutes, went back to her house, woke up her husband, Chris, and brought him back there. Meanwhile, Brian Albert testified that when Jen McCabe, his sister-in-law, bombed into their room between 6 and 6:30 a.m., she was hysterical, saying, John is dead, John is dead. So there's a lot of differing stories among the family, and I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't get together and get their stories straight, but maybe they had to stick with whatever their prior testimony was during the state grand jury, and also they testified in front of a federal grand jury. So it's interesting. Nicole Albert, to me, seemed to be the most nervous of all three, including Chris Albert. So 4 Alberts that we've seen testify so far. And she seemed to be like she wanted to tell the truth, but every time something came up about Colin, she looked very, very nervous. She says she came in the front door, not the side door, and that Colin was standing there and said he was waiting for his ride. And then, upon further exploration, she first said that he left because he was waiting for his ride, but then she said, I really never saw him leave. I just didn't see him anymore. Brian Albert said he came in the house, saw Colin, went to the bathroom, and when he came out, Colin wasn't there anymore. So if anybody watched Sean McDonough's show last night, he dropped a lot of bombs. And I don't know if any of that stuff is going to come out, but what I heard was crazy. Crazy. And I don't want to spoil it for you, and don't anybody else spoil it for anybody, because I don't know how much of that is going to come out, if any. But it was crazy. McDickles, who do you think it was that was rumored to have been in tears in front of the federal grand jury, Melanie Nicole? I don't know. But based on who we've seen testify so far, I would say that she seemed incredibly nervous, and as if she just did not want to lie, but I guess she had to stick to whatever stories she had been telling, if in fact she's lying. But she seemed the most nervous to me. What do you think? Thank you, ICU. And thank you, Karen Evans, for becoming new members. It's a lot of fun here. And thank you to Maureen Francis, as always, for jumping in with the early morning donation to the channel. Hi, Kim. Why didn't any cops mention that Brian Jr. was there that morning? Wasn't there some testimony that he may have been asleep? Did somebody ask Nicole where Brian Jr. was? And I think her other son was home as well. And I think they were both sleeping, but I don't know. CM Libby, confused, wasn't his birthday Friday, the night they celebrated? If yes, then why was she bringing birthday donuts on Saturday? I think it was the next day. I think it was Saturday. Should have been Friday morning if it was a birthday tradition. I think they said they had a party the night before his birthday, and it turned out there's conflicting testimony. His mother said he was turning 23. Julie said he was turning 22. Chris Albert had some testimony about on a kid's 21st birthday, it was a tradition or a ritual maybe to go make pizza at the pizzeria. So I'm going to go with the mom on this one and say he was turning 23. So I'm not sure how the pizza came in there for the 21st birthday. There's so much conflicting testimony here already. And these are the witnesses who were all at 34 Fairview the night that Officer O'Keefe was murdered. Hello, F and Hippie. My sources confirmed today Brian Albert would testify that on the morning or January 29, 22, the sky was yellow and the sun was blue. Yes. You know what? That's so funny that you say that, because that's a Grateful Dead lyric reference. The song that was popping into my head this morning about this case was, I don't remember, I don't recall, I got no memory of anything at all. Anybody who can name that artist in the chat gets a little special shout out from me. But I put it on this morning and I just kept listening to it over and over. And it was one of my favorite artists from back in the day, who I'd seen many times in concert, including at Forest Hills Stadium, which was a great music venue. It was where they played tennis. I think the original US Opens, were held at Forest Hills Tennis Stadium. I don't remember. I don't recall. I got no memory of anything at all. Yeah, that's it. Patriotic. Peter Gabriel, I know your whole family is watching today, so hello to your whole entire family who has a group text every time there's testimony and sending out the links. I have a separate link for the afternoon. So we're going to, after this morning is over, we are going to teleport over to the afternoon stream, because it's easier for some people. Bob Cousins got it too, Peter Gabriel. For some people to watch, to watch it broken up into 2 streams. So, give the people what they want, which is another song. Who can guess that band? Give the people what they want. That was the title of the song. Yeah, McDickles misses watching Federer. There's a Scarlet Begonias reference. That's right, Shannon. Mark Stone says Colin's alibi was solely his non-credible parents' lying words, and even that fell apart. Devil Inside by In Excess is a good theme song for the Canton crew. That is awesome, Heather. I'm writing that down, Heather, honey. Devil Inside. That's a great. I used to love In Excess too. I think we're all of the same generation and we have the same musical tastes, which I love. Whose show? That was Sean McDonough. Going Through the Motions is the name of his YouTube channel. He's retired FBI. He's been on my show before. I think at least once. I think I was on his show once or twice too. But he's got a lot of tea on this case. He lives in Florida, so he's not afraid of anybody here. Hello, Cheryl. Jen McCabe called her at 5:55. We're going to find out when the phone records come out. It was actually 4:55. She didn't answer the phone, yet when she shows up with donuts in the blizzard, she sees Jen's card. Weird. Yeah. And if you get a missed call from someone at 4:55 a.m., does that raise suspicion at all? Do you think maybe somebody's dead? Because it's the only reason somebody would call you at 4:55 in the morning, right? And in her original statement, she told Proctor that's how she found out that John O'Keefe was dead, was from that missed 4:55 a.m. phone call. So there's so much more that we haven't heard about yet. Peter Gabriel is awesome, Christine. I agree. Courtney says, Melanie, I had the verse to and we will all go down together. Stuck in my head all weekend. So thanks for that. Yep. That's a good old song from Billy Joel, who's a Long Island boy. Johnny says, Shock the Monkey, probably the best live concert I've ever been to. Yeah, Peter Gabriel was an amazing performer. Sometimes I wish he would go on tour again. I saw Genesis recently, and it was very, very sad because Phil Collins is not in good shape physically. He was in a wheelchair. His voice is still amazing, but he just seemed so frail and so not doing well. Yes, the Kinks. That was the Kinks, Chris. Cash in. Give the people what they want. Johnny got it too. Everyone's searching on Google. No cheating, no cheating. No cheating. I think in song lyrics here, so there's always a song that pops into my head at least 1, 2, or 3 times during the day. If we're on for 7 hours, there are a lot more song lyrics popping in than that. Elle says, my mom was freaking out because she had a missed FaceTime call from me at 2 a.m. Absolutely, someone would be nervous. Of course. Of course. Yes. Carrie. First question, Mr. Albert, did you ever say I married the wrong sister? Was it Brian that said that or Chris? I thought it was Chris that said that, but there's some interesting tea that may come out about another sister and Brian Albert, if it's true, if they're going to even bother with it, but it's very interesting. Yep, Cherry, everybody was just butt dialing all night long. All night long. All night long. Paul Sutton wants In Excess back so much. R.I.P. Michael Hutchins. Yeah. There was a reality show one time, long time ago, maybe 10 years ago. And it was In Excess looking for a new lead singer. And it was kind of like a show like The Voice or American Idol, but they were actually searching for a new lead singer for In Excess. And my sister is in the business. She lives in LA, and she got us in somehow to a taping. And we met Tommy Lee and Dave Navarro outside backstage by the VIP area. And they took us on a tour of the back lot. It was, I forget which studios they were filming at. And I had never been a huge Tommy Lee fan. He was the nicest, most charismatic, most charming guy in the world. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. After that, I got it about Tommy Lee. I got it. Dave Navarro, first of all, he's a little guy and constantly looking in the mirror, like just very, it was interesting. It was a fun afternoon. Tommy Lee was so cool. And Dave Navarro, not so cool, I gotta be honest. But, that's just my one experience of meeting him one time. So that was fun. Yeah, you really can't replace Michael Hutchins, I agree. All night long. Lionel Richie, Helene, let's get back to the case, right? Anybody else excited all weekend for this cross? I know you guys have been out there waiting for this with bated breath. This is going to be spicy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the holdup here. I don't know what the holdup is here. No, Dave wasn't really so cool. He was very, he kept looking in the mirror all the time. He was very concerned about his appearance. FNWC says, seems to me if you're fake fighting with your brother at the bar, you'd show him your workout room in the basement instead of pictures of your military kit. That was another discrepancy. Brian Albert says he took Brian Higgins upstairs to his son's room to look at his son's military pictures. I would never take anybody into my own kid's room. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't. And Nicole Albert says they went into the study to look at the pictures. Brian Higgins, we know, has just testified in front of the federal grand jury because it was brought out during one of the motions hearings that he's never been to the second floor of the Albert home ever. So, listen, the truth doesn't change. The truth doesn't change. And if you don't lie, you don't have a hard time remembering what you said or what you already testified to. Thou says, my cousin met Tommy Lee and his son at a golf course, and he said, Tommy and his son were so nice. That's awesome. Late to court and only have 6-hour days. Yeah, that's what it feels like. I don't know if when are they going to hear the Katie McLaughlin stuff? It is 9:08 here on the East Coast, and the fan is already making me nauseous. So there's that. Good morning, Maureen Duffy. Good morning, Patronus Glow, and all of my amazing moderators are here with me this morning. Keeping the chat classy as always. Let me just change the mode for a second. We like to keep it classy. That's what we do here. No personal attacks. No, please try and refrain from commenting on the appearance of the witnesses because we're better than that. We just are. Oh, the technical difficulties are always. StreamYard must be having issues. YouTube is probably, we're breaking the internet with this trial because everybody's watching. And there are a lot more people interested in this than there were from the beginning. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Mrs. Bucket, for the super sticker. And Karina, thanks for your super chat. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. Welcome to the jungle, right? Welcome to the jungle. I think they may take all day with Brian Albert. I don't know. This could go on all day, but I think that Caitlin is on the list today as well. So I guess we'll see about that. And thank you, Little Cupcake, another amazing moderator. Please hit the subscribe button. It's free. And hit the bell so you'll know when I go live. And good morning, Cal, another amazing moderator. And good morning, Team Brittany, another amazing moderator. Did you have a question, Cheryl Kelleher? I don't know if that was. Danielle, do you know if defense has any of the Commonwealth witnesses on their witness list? Yes, many of them. Many of them. So they can call them back if they would like to. And we know a lot about this case from watching and following and reading all the court documents and all of their statements. So there may be some certain things that they're saving for their case in chief, the defense. But again, we're starting week 3 of this trial, and I have yet to see any evidence that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. If anybody has seen any evidence of that, please point it out to me, because I feel like the prosecution has had the ball for 2 weeks, okay? And so far, they've only been playing defense. All they've done is try and refute any possibility that anybody else was involved with hitting Officer O'Keefe or killing him. I've seen no evidence that Karen did anything with her car. So if anybody has seen it, please help me. Help me see it. Nothing at all. NBC 10 is live right now. That's great. We're watching it on Court TV. So they're usually a couple of seconds behind. Don't worry, you're not going to miss a beat. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to talk. But if you don't like that, then you may want to go watch this. TV.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves, please?
Here we
Adam
go.
Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. I'm told there's an objection to something you intend to use during cross.
Yes.
Do you want to come over?
Sure.
Do you want to come over? Another sidebar. There's an objection to something they want to use during cross, which is probably something to be used as impeachment testimony. What could it be? Well, it could be that he claims he never met Michael Proctor before. That's one thing that it could be. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Paul right there as usual. He's sitting right on top of Karen. Yep. Look, right on top of Karen. That's John O'Keefe's brother, Paul. He testified on day one. And he sits there and glares at her the entire time. She has a buffer zone. She has a bit of a buffer zone when Yannetti is sitting in that chair, but we'll see. Oh, Patriot says something about the TUI documents. Impeachment testimony. Hello, Lamp. Impeachment testimony is something that is used to show that the defendant perhaps misspoke, not the defendant, the witness misspoke, misled, or lied on their direct testimony. So anything that is used for that purpose is used to impeach the witness. Patriot says something from the TUI documents. The TUI documents is the federal evidence that was released with regard to the federal investigation of the Karen Reed case. So there is a parallel investigation going on by the feds with regard to the investigation of this case. And it is very interesting and very sus. Nana Izzy, good morning. She says, thank you for the amazing coverage, watching since day one, and you keep me up to date during my workday. Let the fireworks begin. Awesome. This is Mrs. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mom. Young Black economist, good morning. Were the Alberts golfers? Did they have golf balls flying around? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Remember, was it Timothy Nuttall who said that it looked like he had a big egg on his forehead when they found Officer O'Keefe's body, and that perhaps he had been, it looked like he almost had been hit by a golf ball, is what he said. If you know, you know. Thank you, Mark, for the 10. What if Karen never backed into John's car at 5 a.m.? Would this sequence of events ever come to be? My opinion, the cracked taillight gave McCabe the impetus to craft this frame job story. Interesting. Or would they have just found another way? I don't know if that's indeed what happened, because, we're not accusing anybody else of anything here. I'm just simply saying that I do not believe that Karen Reed's car hit Officer John O'Keefe in any way. And we're going to hear experts who are going to talk about that as well. RB, thank you so much for your super sticker. Good morning. Starting off with a sidebar, of course. You're not seeing any chats? Who's not seeing any chats? I don't know what that means. Refresh your browser sometimes. Whip says if they have a pool table, it could be from a ball. That's interesting. Why is the tape there? It looks like more people can sit in the court. Yeah, I'm noticing that too. Next to Karen's dad and brother, there's a piece of black tape across. I don't know. Does anybody know why? Anybody here who's been in the courtroom? Maybe that's just to section off the family. So it looks like there are 10 seats for each family. 5 in the front, 5 in the back. That's Karen's family and friends. And this is the O'Keefe side. It's kind of like a wedding, how they have different sides. Where is Colin Albert? I don't know, but he's going to be called in to testify. To keep distance from the jurors, that could be. That's a great point. Mr. O'Keefe is not there today. Thank you, Mass Against Mandates. Good morning, Petronas. It's been there. Petronas has been there the whole time. I've been wondering why. It's a very small courtroom and it must be too close to the jury. And they don't want anybody. Oh, I think the tape, somebody said KKB. I think the tape is to make sure the camera doesn't pan over and accidentally catch a juror's face. That's a good point. In Lucky We Trust. I love your screen name. My speculation, they would have blamed Lucky. I think there was a call requesting that he plow their street. That's interesting. Yes, I think you're right. I think they were trying to blame it on a plow initially because perhaps that would explain in their minds, if this was a thing, the injuries to his right arm. I think you could be right. And another question that I had, and I don't remember, those of you who have been following me for a long time know that I've been on Court TV about this twice. And when I was on Court TV, one of those times, I think they were all the way back in January, Jennifer Coffendorfer, who was another guest on the show, said, everyone knows where the dog is. The dog is in Vermont. And as far as I know, nobody else knew that information.
All right, so we're all set to
Nicole
begin.
Albert's testimony Friday.
Okay. Bring the jurors over.
So that's a little sus.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine.
In my opinion. As always, everything I say is in my opinion.
You are unmuted.
I also don't like how Paul O'Keefe can look at what's on David Iannetti's laptop. Hopefully he has one of those screens on there or filters on there so that nobody can see what's going on his laptop, because privilege and all. Tommy Bernhard. Good morning, Hubert. Good morning to Norfolk. Hubert says good morning from Norfolk County. Just Samantha says, I want to know about that dog. Will he say he told the defense where she was? Just left us hanging when the wife said it. Yep. Interesting.
You rise from the jury.
Tommy Bernhard says, good morning. Counting down the days until we can go to Mexico again with Alan Jackson and Dave Matthews. Oh, dreams. Chrissy Mel says, are we all ready for smooth like butter?
Hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Cannoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court is now in session.
Members, put up some smooth as butter
Good morning
emojis
again,
in the chat to
Counsel
show
and
'em
Ms.
to
Reed.
everybody.
Good morning, jurors.
Great closing argument would be, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you have heard so many sirens go by this courthouse
I do have to ask you
throughout
those
this
three
trial.
questions. Were you all able to
Do you
follow the
believe
instructions
that
and
Brian and
refrain
Nicole
from
Albert were
discussing
able to
this case
sleep
with
through
anyone
that
over the
on the
weekend?
morning of January 29th
Everyone
of
said yes
2022?
or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we met on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
See if he greets the jury again like he did on Friday.
Just watch your step for me. Maintain and face the clerk.
You saw this with the evidence, give the court and jury the case there and here, and true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. You can take the stand.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this is not, this process is not the first time you've testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect? In as far as police, as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath.
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022,
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time.
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time. No.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep for this
I'm
trial?
Mr. Lally.
Okay. You said you haven't spoken to
You said
him.
you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I
Okay.
had not.
Really?
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
What a liar. You believe this already?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay, Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was confusing about it?
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so I didn't know what you were referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Dig, dig, dig.
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Don't
Was it
recall.
at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here or the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay, I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury,
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
my transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is
Which
prior
one?
testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
I was a small snippet of the video, and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fighting.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
Oh, let's show it.
Remember a part of the video where Brian Higgins took a fighting stance, sort of like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
he can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
He can have that. It's like a putt. It's like they're playing golf and it's a gimme. He can have that. I'm not going to let him putt it out. I'm not going to make him putt it out. He can have it on match play. Really? He can have it? There's two answers to an objection: overruled or sustained. Why is it that she refuses to overrule Lally? He can have it. It's a gimme. Pick up your ball. Move along. I don't like it. She always says that overruled or sustained to objections that the defense makes, and you know that.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around. And well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay.
Being
Doing what
silly.
physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Did I what?
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that. No.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose. No.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have. I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed, as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video with Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so, yes.
What did he tell you you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you've now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No,
You've never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no,
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
yes,
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
no,
So she came home after testifying in this trial, and you two never brought it up.
no. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF?
He does.
The Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional, something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
What's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say.
Yes.
Consider that a road trip?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes.
What was the location?
The hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Who's making it in 4 hours up 95 on a Friday? On a Friday afternoon? There's no way that's a 4-hour trip. It's more like 6. Anybody who's driven it knows.
Yes.
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No.
Did her name ever come up?
No.
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
No, never.
Did he mention the fact that he had been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
No.
during that entire day.
No.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes.
How long after?
Approximately 45 minutes, maybe?
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any, I saw video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, you saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
You were situated at a high top table, right?
Yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
Okay. He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes.
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Yes.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No.
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
No.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant. And I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing.
Federal.
That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
All right. Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
yes,
Or Mr.
That's what this sidebar was about, because they have very strict restrictions about how and when they are allowed to bring up the federal grand jury proceeding. And this is what he has to say. He can't identify this as a federal grand jury proceeding. He can say it was another grand jury proceeding. I was not there. Lally was not there. So the jury doesn't know that there's a federal grand jury investigating this case if they haven't seen it in the news. And this is the only way that the defense is allowed to refer to it. So I'm pretty sure that's what the sidebar was about,
Ms. Little.
right.
because he's already asked him if he wanted to change anything about his April 2022 grand jury testimony, which was the state grand jury. And now, since he's already said he reviewed his transcript and he didn't want to change anything, he's going to point out, I'm thinking, some inconsistencies in the federal grand jury testimony that he gave. Let's see if I'm right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe,
That's not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes,
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
yes,
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside, a female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
no,
He just said he reviewed the
At the
transcript.
beginning, before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
yes,
The same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
no, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes,
You'd read the whole thing,
yes,
and you don't recall making that statement.
no.
Well, let's take a look at it, shall we?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Why is that we need to go to sidebar, Bev? It's called impeachment. He's allowed to do it. He already testified. He reviewed his transcript.
Sure.
He already testified that he met Karen once before at the Hillside. And now he said he never met her before. And in April of 2022, he said he had never met her before. It's completely permissible under every rule of evidence that I can think of, especially during cross-examination. And this is a softball. This is a softball. You testified in front of the feds that you met her once before at the hillside, but you testified in front of the state grand jury through which she was indicted for second-degree murder when she was upcharged, that you had met her before at the hillside. This is a softball. So I'm sure there's a lot more explosive stuff to come, but it's like putting a frog into a warm pot of water before you turning up the heat, right? Lulling him into a warm bath.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right.
Correct.
That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence, I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with his second sentence.
Qualified.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident? Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior. Yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
Daily, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there, correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the Hillside Bar?
Yes.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Okay, is it already in evidence or
It
you?
is not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you
May
publish
I
it.
have that marked as next in order?
That's how we do
Yes.
it in Massachusetts. California
Thank you.
attorney. Vera's like, new information. This is fun. One thing about AJ is he always brings receipts.
Yes.
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you.
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, approach on.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo. You're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, 2 sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law.
Keep
I'm
digging.
not sure.
Keep digging yourself into a deeper hole, my friend. See how that works out for you.
We can turn the lights back on, please, and take the photo down.
Facebook is bad. Facebook is bad.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No,
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
no.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right,
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
right,
You obviously didn't take it.
right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim,
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Stop interrupting
Yeah,
him.
it was John, yeah.
Okay. With the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need it.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that
Oh,
showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
no. With the let's move along. Stop it with the let's move along. It's his cross. It's his turn. You don't have to tell him to move along. This guy's a hothead. He's going to explode. Please, judge, stop telling him to move along. He's allowed to defend his client. Her life is on the line here. Okay? And not to mention, this guy just testified. The only thing he reviewed in preparation for his testimony was a video of the waterfall bar, at the waterfall bar, and his transcript from his grand jury testimony. He forgot to mention that he also reviewed that photo. Let's see what else he forgot to mention.
you were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not, maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time. Yes.
Hmm.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowley's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before. Correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response. No.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response. Yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023, when asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, "I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way." Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from "no, I've never met or seen her before" to "I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way." Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, "I did not." Is that right?
Yes,
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
are you referring to the state grand jury? Or-
No, I'm sorry,
okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, "I did not." Correct?
Yeah, yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Yes.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner.
I love their AV squad guy, how he's able to zoom in on portions of the photo, the video to make us
Pause it.
have a way better view.
Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Do you recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Can you play it? Stop. Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her
I-
as she was answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down.
You know what he is wearing there? A puffy jacket. Is it a puffy jacket or a puffy vest?
The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole thing.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I
Socializing with her?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
I don't remember. I don't recall. I got no memory of anything at all. Did you ever try to have an argument with a narcissist? A narcissist who is hell-bent on semantics and will pick apart every word in your sentence to make sure that they answer your question directly based on the words in your question. That's this guy. That is this guy. And the more you listen to it, the more obvious it becomes. Right? Semantics. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And now,
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
he will deny
I'm
till he
gonna let that
dies.
stand. Next question, please.
No, he's allowed to cross-examine him.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes,
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have, yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony, weren't you?
No,
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
no,
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
You can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before,
Perfect.
correct?
Perfect.
no, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came, those are the words that came out of your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Let's get this on the record. Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure
wish he
about
had?
that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall.
I wish he had come into my house.
I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No,
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
no, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes,
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others?
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting?
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk, no.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right, but even in that small portion and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature?
No.
Okay. They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others, is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on.
It's
Yes.
not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58, is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or in the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front
Yes.
that can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay, 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
Right away, he's bringing up Colin. He's admitting Colin was in the house. Where is Emily Fabiano and why has she never been mentioned? Those of you who know, we've been over the witness statements. There was a girl named Emily Fabiano that was talked about very, very early on as having been in the house too. And all of a sudden, her name has just disappeared from this case. I have questions.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago. So he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
I mean, bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back,
it was upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin.
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
But you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't. No.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m. Is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a
Let him
conflict?
have it.
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house. Right?
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, please. Because it is in all the original witness statements that Caitlin left at 12:15. Her boyfriend, Tristan Mars, picked her up. And his wife said she was the last one to leave at 2 a.m.
The top of this. So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's a, right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, that next few sentences, let me know when you're finished.
Team Brittany. New owners of Fairview checking crawl spaces right now to see if Colin is still in the house. No, Steph, you have not missed the butt dials yet. That'll be coming. We are still on him telling Lank
Yes.
Caitlin left at 12:15, which he says he didn't say. And he didn't think it was a problem for Lank, his buddy, to be taking statements. Didn't think it was a conflict.
Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says. Yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says. Yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps. Yes.
Oh,
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes.
Anything
Throwing Lank under the bus. He threw Lank under the bus. Here's the problem with not recording witness statements, either by audio, video, dictaphone, handwriting them, having the witness sign it, having the witness initial it, typing it up 3 weeks later when you didn't take any notes, is that you can pretty much say whatever you want to say in the statement, and then the witness can get on the stand and deny that he said it. So now he's going to throw Lank under the bus. It was very chaotic because, you know, Lank interviewed them in a group. He didn't separate the witnesses to take statements. In fact, Lank says he never made it past the foyer, as Lally was calling it, the foyer. But now, Brian Albert is saying, oh no, we said she left at 12:15. Lank was wrong. It was very chaotic.
anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
Take it back a second.
Objection, Your Honor.
Very chaotic morning, and I
Very
don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection,
Making
Your
it
Honor.
up.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes.
Lank is wrong.
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did, no.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did
See how you looked at Lally?
forget that Colin had been there?
No.
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
Because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the.
He wasn't there for what? He wasn't there when John O'Keefe came in or when John O'Keefe didn't come in? Lank asked you who was in the house last night. He wasn't there for what? For what? Ask yourself that question because you know the jury is and taking it back.
I did know.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night?
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No.
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
Because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him.
Well, he said he was getting picked up and then he was gone. So I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house. So he left.
How do you
Well,
know?
you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
At the time, right. And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave. No.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
For the
So when they said
duration
who was
of
in
the
house,
night. For the duration of the night. When the beating happened? What are we talking about here? For the duration of the night. You see how the semantics? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. He wasn't there for the duration of the night. Who was there last night at any time? Colin was there when you were there. Colin was there when your wife was there. So why would they conveniently leave Colin out? His nephew, who had a football jersey with the number 34 on it for 34 Fairview, because that's how tight he was with Uncle Bry. Okay? Take that back, because this is Proctor's statement now. So this is the second statement of the day in which he's not going to mention Colin.
Abe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes. And there were,
Nagel.
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
Who
Who's
else?
that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival. And
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked. No.
Did they just ask who was there during the beating?
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It was left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at,
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Yes, that's when he changed his story, when the defense knew that Colin was there. Okay, let's take that back for one question. This guy is all about semantics, Brian Albert. You have to be very careful how you ask his question because he's going to be very particular about his answer.
When you got there, correct?
Objection.
prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Who did you see in your home when you got there, correct? That was the question posed to you by several officers.
Correct.
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked, no.
How else would it be asked?
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It was left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at,
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it, no.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay, so fine, hypotheticals. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More of a
Oh.
conversation.
Yes,
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
yes,
She was in earshot.
yes,
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Mike, Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, she did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not, no.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
We'd like him to say it again.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Dewey, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's all right. The jury heard it. He knows what he means. He knows what he's getting
January
at.
29th,
They know what
about
he's getting at.
11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? What he
You were
knew is important.
notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection.
No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
What do you, I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
No.
You were a witness, correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
No, y'all allow it.
No.
So, but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you in her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And importantly, Jen McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there was some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me.
Did you make
And
another-
then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab a beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember
Don't
going
remember.
to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night?
Ever. including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes,
The German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes, mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes,
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
no, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So you're
Who calls their dog it? Anybody? Dog owners in the chat? The fact that Nicole referred to Chloe as it several times, and now his testimony was apparently it needed to go out. It needed to go out. Very odd.
a German Shepherd, probably a decent dog, guard dog. If she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No,
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
no, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay, but she
Oh.
did bark that night, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs milling about, right?
yes,
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was
Yeah.
barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert, not
Right.
mine.
Okay,
Do you stand by those?
yes,
Okay. You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
yes,
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
yes,
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
yes,
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
At some point, your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May.
And we can use
2024.
whatever words we want to, rehomed, rehoused, whatever, but you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Right.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident that we're discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident that
Yes.
we're discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
And your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
About John O'Keefe's what?
At some point, you
Hold
did
on.
realize there were questions being,
Now all of a sudden Lally's answering before the question's even done, which is something that he has not done at all during the course of this trial.
but you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
About John
Sustained.
O'Keefe's arm? Serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's arm. I think that's the question.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
You'll allow that.
Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. wouldn't he? Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2 service that bedroom?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay.
Shout out to Microdots. I believe that's a Microdots rendering of the home.
Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay, upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay, front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right, but they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. I think you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't been there. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little, maybe this far,
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
maybe this far.
Maybe.
Another My Cousin Vinny moment. The in-court demo.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic,
No.
not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives,
No.
sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked there, no.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front?
Right.
No.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where her mat was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I
Now
said she
Chloe's
sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she was sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you've already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house as the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Nicole testified 4 or 5 steps. He's saying 10 from the front door to the basement door.
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so
Oh, see? Semantics.
6.
Paces, steps. You asked paces. You didn't ask. What's the difference between a pace and a step? This guy will twist the question to make his answer fit.
feet. I don't know.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January of 2022?
So the basement It had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of
Oh,
the flooring had been ripped up.
Yes.
hold on. I was going to say that's why I had to replace the basement floor because they had an overflowing toilet. Okay. Another thing Jennifer Koffendorfer said, the reason the basement floor was ripped up is because they had a plumbing issue with an insurance claim. So he's going to make sure that he gets this in. Let's take it back.
It had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up.
Yes.
And that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
Yes.
There was also some plywood downstairs.
Yes.
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
Yes.
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
Yes.
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
Yes.
heavy weights,
Yes.
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
Yep.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes. Not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
If you wanted to go into the
Could you
basement without,
rephrase the question?
if you wanted to go into the basement without walking through the house, could you do that? I'll allow it. Now he wants it rephrased because he needs time to think of an answer.
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes. I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out of?
It comes out to the backyard right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes.
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
Yes.
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to Mark.
Oh, a video.
Let me have just a moment.
Yes.
A video? A video of something being taken out of the bulkhead doors and moved through the fence onto the same side of the yard where Officer O'Keefe's body was found? What? Oh, this is getting interesting.
Thank you.
Hold
That'd
on.
be great. Good time.
Mr. Jackson, would you like to take the morning recess?
That'd be great. Good time.
Morning recess. 20
All right,
minutes.
please.
We're a little behind. So,
Put down your notebook and follow me, please.
what do you think the video is going to be? What do you think the video is going to be? Let's catch up to real time and just see if they're still on break. They're still on break. Let's go to the chat. I have questions. What is this video going to be? Hi, Carly. Thanks for your super chat. Some people think the cocktail glass was supposed to be the smoking gun, but when Proctor saw a cracked taillight, they pivoted the story. I think you're right about that. That's what people think. Amanda, thanks for the super chat. I'm not alone in being obsessed with this case. No, you're not. There's about at least 4,615 people in here with you who are also obsessed with this case. And what would be so awesome, you guys, is if you would all hit the like button right now. Beth, thank you for becoming a member. JPC, thank you for becoming a member. Rassler's mom, thank you for your super chat. Alan Jackson is making me nervous. He's going to make Brian Albert lose his mind soon. We shall see. Laura, thanks for being a member for 2 months. Melanie, if Brian says federal grand jury, does that mean it will come in and AJ can say it? I think so. I think if one of the witnesses opens the door, they kind of just are going to gloss right over it. But I think he's been thoroughly prepped not to say it. And despite the fact that he's making everyone think he's not smart enough to answer the questions the way they're phrased, I think he's just smart enough to never say the words federal grand jury. So we'll see. David, thank you so much for your super chat. Wouldn't have been helpful to Lang to talk with Colin as someone who might have seen what happened outside while he was waiting for his ride. Yes, of course. Of course, David. That's why it strains credulity that they would not want to know that Colin was in the house when they got there, because if he was leaving at the same time John and Karen pulled up, and Matt and Jen McCabe are going to say they were looking out the windows the whole time and saw them pull up, I would think that his statement would be imperative in a proper investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, or in the death of any person, actually, whatsoever in Canton. But that's just me, silly me. Cami, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Says, hit that like button, everyone. Melanie, it's awesome. Thank you, Cami. Holly, thanks for your super chat. I'm sure those on that grand jury are thinking how they were misled and lied to. The state grand jury, yeah, especially if they watched when we went over the motion to dismiss the indictments based upon false information and or misleading information and or lack of information about relationships between the investigators and the homeowners and the other percipient witnesses in the case. I wonder if any state grand jury members have come forward and said, I never would have found probable cause to indict her based on the relationships. So that's interesting. I've thought about that too. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you for your super chat. Tell the damn truth for once. AJ will get it out of you. I think he will. I'm very anxious to know what this video is. This was funny, so I pulled it up. Lucas Knight says Chloe was in the closet next to the skeletons. Excellent, excellent comment. Blessed Mom from Texas, thank you so much for your unwavering support as always. And $10 super chat says, I am outraged. I own 2 German Shepherds and they're protective dogs. Love you, Melanie. You're amazing. Like the video and sub up. She says, free Karen Reed. Thank you so very much for that. I am curious. I'm curious about this video. I think that they're going to also show video from the waterfall. We've only seen a little portion of that, so I think there's more to come on that. Amanda, thank you so much for your Venmo. Says, for trial coverage, thank you. You have the best coverage. Found you during the Maya trial, and I'm so happy that you're covering Karen Reed. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate you so much. And Maureen Francis, thank you for your Cash App. You guys are very generous, very kind, and I love that you're here with me because I'd be screaming at the TV if you weren't. I would just be screaming at the TV. Let's see if anybody has any questions. I am not Brian Albert, so I'm taking that off. Danielle says you would do everything not to have to rehome your dog. Everything. I think a lot of people feel that way. Right, my friends? What about getting rid of his phone? I think he's going to get to that, Robin. O'Keefe family, all crossed arms over there. Hey, Jason, what's up? Ditch the chat, hit the like, then come back. Scott, good morning. One of my amazing moderators, retired NYPD, says if the prosecution doesn't call a specific witness, can the defense? Yes, absolutely. Even if they are law enforcement? Yes. Asking for a few thousand people, 100%. 100% they can, and they can recall witnesses in their case in chief that have already testified as well. So it's going to be interesting. Hi, Wolfram. Thanks for the 10. Oops, I forgot. Stomps a paw on the like button. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to Elf for gifting a membership. That is so very kind of you. German Shepherds are very, very protective dogs. A lot of people say that. Thank you, Gretchen, for the super sticker. And Skunkworks became a new member. Thank you so very much. The castle is beginning to crumble, says Poos. I mean, this is a day not to miss, right? The judge, the judge absolutely knows about the federal investigation. There's been a lot of litigating about it, about what was going to be able to come in. There have been letters released between the U.S. Attorney's Office and DA Michael Morrissey and Josh Levy, who is the acting U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts. All of this was pretrial stuff, so 100% the judge knows. And there was a lot of information released to both sides on this case by the feds through something called the TUI process, which is the process by which the feds are permitted to release federal information on cases that they're not a party to. And so there was something like a 3,400 page dump before the trial in this case from the feds to both sides. And certain parts of it are allowed to be brought in. And we saw what happened when Brian Albert was being questioned about that federal grand jury in June of 2023. They're not allowed to say it was a federal grand jury. They have to refer to it as a different proceeding, and that's what they're doing. Thanks, Sharon, for becoming a member. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. Ashley, first time listener, subscribe within minutes. Thank you and welcome, Ashley. Welcome. Everyone in the chat say hi to Ashley. It's a very nice place to be. Monica says, that's what we're doing in this trial, screaming at our devices. Love you, Melanie. I love you guys too. Hi, Suzanne. Brian split hairs again. John O'Keefe had never been in my house before or after that date. Right. Semantics are so important to him. You can just tell. Complete narcissist. Picks apart every question because he doesn't want to answer it. And so if you ask a general question, he'll answer it. And then you'll say, well, why'd you lie to me? Well, I didn't lie to you. That's the question you asked me. That's what I answered, and pick apart the words very specifically. If you know, you know. So yeah, maybe that's worth going back to. You said he never went in your house before that date or after that date. Did he go in your house actually on that date? I have questions. Yes. GSLH question: when the sister-in-law opened the bedroom door yelling, what did the dog do? I don't know. What did Brian Albert do? Did he grab the gun that's in his nightstand? Also, I have a question, law enforcement friends in the chat and moderators, Scott and Peter, if you're here. Do most officers, when they're off duty, carry? Did John O'Keefe have a gun with him that night? And if so, where did it go? I don't see that it was ever logged into evidence. What say you on that? Do you think that John O'Keefe would have had a gun, his piece, with him that night? And where was it? And why was it never recovered? K&J says 2 female German Shepherds, lots of barking. Thank you. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you, Sharon. Sharon just joined, said she loves listening to me. Thank you. Welcome. Yep. DA13, semantics and hypotheticals. Yes, patriotic. Every LEO I know carries 24/7. Somebody said, of course he did. It's just me. Barbara said, yes, most do. Right. Okay. My father's keeper says not allowed to carry a firearm while drinking. Okay, good point. Tommy says, Melanie, I requested Ms. Little, not this Ms. Little, the other Ms. Little, Liza, to come to Mexico. Also, now that Jackson has enunciated so clearly, she is a Ms., not a Mrs. I kind of have a crush on her. Oh, that's cute. That's cute, Tommy. See what we can do. We'll see what we can do for you. Scott, I carry 99% of the time. I asked where his gun and shield and ID were. Yep. Where were they? So many questions, says Linda. ASDFJKL, if they do carry, does it have to be their personal weapon? I don't know the answer to that. Instead of like the service revolver? People say not if out drinking. Jules, hi Jules. Jules says they always carry. And a lot of people say not when you're off duty. Mark Stone says I always carry off duty. People say no, not if he was drinking. Suzuki wants to know if Chloe dragged the victim outside by the arm. Interesting. He would not have carried because he went out to a bar. That makes it against the law here. Okay, so Sir drinks a lot. You're in Massachusetts. And Eddie says the same thing. Eddie Alexander says John isn't going to carry when he's going to bars to drink. Okay. I had that question, and it came to me, of course, in the middle of the night when most of my questions come to me. So there's that. I doubt it. All right. If there was a night drinking, if Lady in Gray, good morning. If Chloe was in that closet, she would have torn that door down. Yeah. There's people downstairs and Chloe's barking, but not when there's all those lights and sirens outside and people on the lawn and Karen screaming bloody murder. Cubert. Hi, Cubert. Brian twitching, squirming in his seat, stuttering. You can tell he's nervous. Sure can. Carrie says, not when he's drinking. Guns and beers are a no-no. Hubert says they need to find out what time Colin left that house. Feds geofence. I think the feds do have a geofence. Hopefully that's going to come in. And I thought those questions were excellent. So you never saw Colin leave the house, right? So you don't know if he was in the house. You didn't search the house, did you? No. So Brian and Nicole both have testified they did not see Colin leave the house. They both testified they left him out of initial reports because Brian said he didn't consider him to be, there for the duration of the evening, so didn't think it was worth mentioning him. He also said that he never told Lank that his daughter Caitlin left at 12:15. That Lank must be wrong. It was very chaotic. He was talking to all of them at the same time, and his report is wrong. He says he never said Caitlin left at 12:15. His wife Nicole never said Caitlin left at 12:15. And when crossed on wouldn't you say she left at 12:15 just to keep her out of this? He said, no, I wouldn't do that. It's coming out that she left closer to 2 a.m. Yeah. How about the humming of the fire truck? Kimberlane, how about it? I agree. We're on a break right now. They said 20 minutes, I think. We were a little bit behind. AJ says, the truth shall set Karen free. Michelina Sorino, hello. It looks like John was still aware enough that he was defending himself against Chloe. Where those wounds were, if I saw that correctly, yep, they were on his right arm. As if maybe he lifted his arm up to defend his face, which is what a lot of people said. Hi, Mozzie. The last time an Aussie cop took a gun home about 20 months ago, he murdered 2 civilians and is currently in custody facing charges. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. Eric, I think Brian is lying and Lank purposely mucked up the report to cover for Colin. But notice how Brian is now throwing his buddy Lank under the bus. Throwing him under the bus. Michael Lank, who has been inserting himself in the Albert family business since at least the Lapalato brothers incident all the way back in 2002. And then another incident involving his brother Tim, where he followed the oil spill or oil trail to 34 Fairview when Tim smashed into a woman at a red light and fled the scene. Lank seems to come to the Albert's aid for many years. But now he's throwing Lank under the bus. So what make you of that? What do you make of that, my friends? Yep, Lucas self-deputizing Lank. RB, maybe some people who live locally can speak to this. Was there a rumor of drug dealing with Colin? I don't have any personal information about that, so I'm not sure. I don't know. Perfect. Juju, perfect song for today is Slow Burn. All right, writing that one down. Thank y'all. Thank you very much. Dillian says Brian's going to need to get his teeth resurfaced after this. He's grinding them down. Yeah. Sarah says Lank hates him, apparently. Hates Brian Albert. Kenneth says, let justice be done. May the heavens fall. Thank you, Sharon, for becoming a new member. And thank you, Skunkworks and Gretchen for the super sticker, Prestige Worldwide. Thanks for the super chat. It's not a violation of attorney-client privilege when AJ asked questions about Brian Albert's conversation with Lally and prep with his attorney. My question is why? they can't talk about what because first of all, Lally is not Brian Albert's attorney. So nothing that they talk about is privileged because he doesn't have an attorney-client relationship with Lally. Brian Albert has his own attorney. And you heard him say that. I met with my attorney and Lally for prep. So he's allowed to be questioned about the prep. He's a Commonwealth witness, but there's no attorney-client relationship between Lally and Brian Albert. Makes sense? Brian Albert has an attorney in this case because there's been Rule 17 motions for the defense to get a hold of Brian Albert's personal cell phone records and text messages and things like that. So he's got an attorney in this case. Bernie, thanks for your super chat. Brick by brick, stone by stone, lie by lie. Oh, thanks, Bernie. Love you right back. K&J has 2 female German Shepherds, lots of barking, and they're back. Thanks on top for your super sticker.
Dave, please be seated, quarterback.
All right, are we all squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody at the break about your testimony?
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
Yes.
He's not supposed to be speaking to anybody during the break, including his own attorney. He's under oath.
Mr. Albert, if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Hang on, you Jeff. Exhibit 16. Thank you.
Photo of the bulkhead stairs.
Publish it on there?
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell me what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize.
It's not a donut, it's a doorknob. Try not to pay attention to the closed captions because they're often wrong. And I bet you right now, Brian Albert is thinking, when did they get these pictures? I wonder if the new homeowner let them in to take photos. Because we know that when the house was being shown during the time that it was for sale, there was a stipulation that anybody who came to look at that house or tour that house while it was for sale was not allowed to take pictures. Many of you have told me that.
Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs,
Yes.
and that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and it would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order.
Ooh, a video now.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
Wait, Team Brittany, we're not
It's-
behind. How do you know what's coming?
Exhibit 69.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at a video and then describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
With permission?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go ahead and play the video.
He's going to pretend he doesn't recognize it. Good.
Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's was my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard?
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead doors open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different.
Okay, so, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
I'm getting a video tour of the yard. Here's where the gate goes.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring the lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built the house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
That it was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing. Actually, we contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes.
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yes,
Not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
yes,
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
yes,
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. There's civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes. I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes,
as well as a detective.
yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes,
Find the
some,
mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously, any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
No?
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct, no.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to
Again, semantics. Never been trained in that. See, I never went to a class that taught me how to do that. I never went to a specific conference or exercise or a specific class that taught me how to do that. See we see what he's answering as opposed to what's really being asked.
clean up their conduct and what techniques. And as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
No, I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct, no.
Never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. Never gone to a training. It's subtle, but it's deceitful. And if you know what you're listening for, what he actually says is very important.
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
No,
Objection.
Let the answer stand.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
I mean, things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously,
Yes, yes,
clearly. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January of 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
No, because he did destroy his phone after that, and he was advised that there was an order in place that he was not to destroy his phone, that he was to preserve all evidence. So not sure what the sidebar is about. but he says this was in September of 2022.
Follow me.
Oh, you're going to have to argue these outside the presence of the jury. Okay. It's going to come in because Higgins testified this during the proffer in the federal grand jury. And we know who told him it was going to be okay to destroy his phone. He also changed his phone number, not just the physical phone, his actual phone number. Yeah, Boston's finest, no training. Notice how he answered that question, though. Never had any formal training in that.
Thank you. May be seated.
All right, and I am,
May I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
sure. If his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the
Okay.
courtroom.
May I step
Oh.
up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Again, this is going to be about getting Aiden Carney out of the courtroom for the next witness? Or if whose counsel is here? What? Hold on.
To be present in the
Okay.
courtroom. Going to,
Thank you. May be seated.
all right, and I am going to see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the
Okay.
courtroom.
Oh, Brian Albert's counsel.
Sure.
Yeah. Brian Albert's lawyer. Okay. He just asked for his lawyer. Oh, he wants to plead the fifth to certain questions, not incriminate himself as such, perhaps. Never let him see his sweat, Bry. Never let him see his sweat. So his attorney's in the building, maybe, but not. But he wants his attorney. Okay. Okay, he needs counsel. All right, we're all. You could hear a pin drop in that courtroom right now. Yeah, he swallows and he licks his lips when he doesn't like a question. He's also looking down a lot. People have been saying, is he looking at his Apple Watch? Like maybe somebody's texting him during his testimony. I don't know.
All right.
Why are we all rising? Where's she going? Where's she going? His attorney also works for the local TV, WCVB. Thank you for that. What's his name? Oh, look at Delina's like, it's 3:20 in Australia and in New Zealand, and I want to go to bed. Brian, stop being naughty. Text or showing his heart rate. Maybe he's looking at his heart rate on his watch. You could be right. Jackson asked him who he spoke to on his break. He replied, his attorney. That's right. You're correct. Interesting. Hippie chick. Can Bev at any time shut this whole trial down, call it over? Usually at the close of prosecution's case, the defense automatically makes a motion to dismiss based on the lack of evidence, and it's rarely granted. Could it be in this case? Your guess is as good as mine. Anything can happen at this point. I'm here for it. Furquay Steve, thanks for becoming a member. Virginia, thanks for your super chat. Are Bev and Lally being wiretapped? It's over. Brother Bry will be handcuffed soon, says Virginia. Patty P, thanks for being a member for a month, says this ain't Jackson's first rodeo. No, it sure isn't. And he's used to having a lot of celebrity clients. Hi, Madam Roz. Here comes the Fifth Amendment. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's here for it. We're here for it. I'm sorry. I'm just going to take this down because it's really annoying me. It's very nauseating. And you know it too. Oh, well, here they come. Of course, the second I put it down, they come back.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can have a voir dire.
Albert, you are currently represented by Mr. Hennig.
Yes.
We're going to talk about what a voir dire is right now. This is outside. This is done outside the presence of the jury, and it is to show the judge what Alan wants to ask and what the witness will say if he's allowed to ask him that, and is done outside the presence of the jury so that the judge can rule on it outside their presence. Okay, so that's what this is. It's a voir dire, also known as a proffer.
Behind me, gentleman right in the.
Yeah.
You are currently represented by Mr. Hennig.
Yes.
Seated behind me, gentleman right in the.
Yes.
Who's in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022, at the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Or did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time and I can't remember it.
Okay. So you did not hire, well, Your Honor, I think that answers the question. You're not represented in 20.
I'm going to see at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
Okay, so I guess the question was whether or not he was represented before he testified in front of the state grand jury, because he doesn't really seem to remember when he hired him. What is this attorney's first name? His last name is Henning. Is it Doug Henning? Anybody know? You said he works for the TV station. Doug Henning. I was right. Thanks, Tracy. And Doug, you said works for WCVB, Boston? Greg. Oh, Greg Henning. It's not Doug, it's Greg. Greg? Greg Henning. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking Doug. Greg. We got it. We corrected. It is Greg Henning. Henning? Hennings. Greg Henning. Doug Henning was the clown magician. Well, maybe that's why I'm getting confused. Kind of like a clown show. Doug is the magician. Okay, got it. Got it. Now I'll be even more confused. It's Greg. McDickle says his father or grandfather was a TV guy in Boston. His relative coached at Boston College. Doug was a creepy magician. Doug was a creepy magician from the 70s. Okay, that's right, Nicole. I don't know. I can't see those little tiny emojis, but yeah, I think that's what it means.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone? Destroy the phone itself or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following, quote, "You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in Courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I
Right,
know you
well-
want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was it Mr. Lowry alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week, convenient. I don't have that phone anymore.
No,
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
no,
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
yes,
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
no, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
I did not have pimply faced kid at Best Buy on my bingo card. Did you? You just hand your phone over to a pimply faced kid at Best Buy and he doesn't know. I'm going to read you something that Duty Ron just sent me. If you know who Duty Ron is, you know. Duty Ron says, I worked in the Fed Fugitive Enforcement Division and we knew how to track someone down electronically. He is full of S. We all got training on electronic surveillance and counter surveillance. And this guy is not being truthful. I added the last part.
You back up your data, sir, but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long have you had a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it, you know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
Sir, that's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective,
Okay.
you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did, no.
They have just told you.
Sure.
I wasn't asked. These witnesses love to say that. Well, nobody asked me that, so I didn't volunteer.
You indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, you know, there's personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. You remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No,
Yeah.
I assume he doesn't have it
You're a
Why
cop.
would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir, correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, you know, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
With his attorney. She's going to take a short recess before ruling on whether or not Alan Jackson is going to be able to question him, this witness, Brian Albert, in front of the jury about destroying his phone and what he knew or did not know with regard to the data that was going to be destroyed on his phone. So there's that. Insanity, but, you know, not something that we're unused to in this trial. Speaking of phones, I think now is a great time, since court is on a break, to hear a word from our sponsor. For those of you who have ever had AT&T as a cell phone carrier, you may recall that recently there was a very big story about a data breach. A data breach on behalf of or affecting something like 67 or 74 million customers of AT&T Wireless, that all of your data was leaked to the dark web, including your social security numbers and other private information for customers before 2019 and after 2019. And the sponsor of our show today is called Aura, and I think they may be able to help you with this problem. And with my code, you can sign up for a free 2-week trial. So let's take a quick minute to hear a word from our sponsor while the court's on break. Did you know that the odds of falling victim to online crime are 1 in 4? Online crime is soaring. It's time to get smart about online safety. That's why I've been using Aura, the sponsor of today's video. Aura provides everything you need to protect your privacy, identity, finances, and your family in one easy-to-use app. Do you even realize how much of your personal information is already out there, being sold by data brokers to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you? Well, if you Google yourself, you may find something like this. And it may shock you to know that your full name, home address, email address, health records, and even relatives, it's all out there. That's one of the reasons you need Aura. Aura shows you which data brokers are selling your information and automatically submits opt-out requests on your behalf. Not only does cleaning up this information reduce the amount of spam that you get, but it will protect you from hackers who could use the information to help them access your social media accounts, bank accounts, and other sensitive information. Aura also helps protect me and my family from online threats by providing antivirus and malware protection, a secure VPN with military-grade encryption, credit monitoring, spam call protection, parental controls, password management, identity theft insurance, and more, without having to download several different apps. It's really easy to set up. And best of all, I get everything at one affordable price. With the family plan, Aura will help you protect your kids by blocking harmful content, managing how much time they can spend online, and providing you with peace of mind while they game with cyberbullying and online predator threat alerts. I value my privacy and my online safety, and I value yours too. So go to aura.com/Melanie Little to start your 2-week free trial, because you can't put a price on peace of mind. I've also put the link in the video description below. You can thank me later. You can thank me later. Free 2-week trial. Just click the link right below the video and make sure you use my code so you can check it out for 2 weeks. If you already pay for a VPN and other things, starting at only $12 a month, it is a really great deal. And I use it as well. So I am a customer and I can absolutely give it the thumbs up. All right, my friends, what say you? The fan is still moving over there and the judge is taking a break. How do you think she's going to decide on this voir dire issue of Brian Albert destroying his phone? He's claiming that he never got the notice from the Commonwealth telling him to preserve his phone. And then he's claiming that despite the fact that they had a conference call with Lally at some point, he doesn't remember when, but I know that Alan Jackson has the date of that conference call. And Lally discussed with them what the preservation order said and that they were not to destroy their phones. He did not volunteer the information that he apparently turned his phone in and upgraded his phone. Law enforcement friends, would you ever turn over your phone to, as he said, a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy or AT&T without, I don't know, factory resetting it or actually keeping it? Like, did he want $100 credit or something on his new phone? I'm confused. Suzanne, thanks for your super chat. Greg Hennings is Brian Albert's attorney. He is with WCBB. WCBB also covered up for an employee's husband who was abusing many dogs. That's interesting info that I was not aware of. Thanks, Lori, for gifting 5 memberships. You're so very generous, and congratulations to those of you who were awarded the memberships. It's random. I have no control. Carol, thanks for your super sticker. David Reese, thanks for the super chat. When iPhones are upgraded, all data is transferred prior to resetting the old one. I don't know. You have that option, I think, when you go get your new phone. Whether you want to transfer all the data, I'm not sure. I'm not a forensics expert, but I'm sure that they have a forensic expert coming in. Charlie Lynn, thank you for your super chat. On what legal grounds can she deny this? This is infuriating. She can say she doesn't think it's relevant. She can say it's prejudicial. She can say she can just make up her own grounds. And she's pretty much been doing this the whole entire case. In fact, there's a ruling that during this trial, none of the attorneys are allowed to say what the basis for their objection is when they object to a question. So basically, they just say objection, and then she can decide whether she thinks there's a proper basis for it. And she will either say, I'll let him have it, if it's the defense, or overruled or sustained, most often sustained, when it's on the side of the prosecution or the Commonwealth. That's what we've been seeing. So hello, Uncivil. You've been on a plane this morning back in Houston. Welcome home. Okay, they're back.
Thank you. Maybe see you put us at.
All right. Witness in, please. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this.
He's going to
Yes,
read
there's
it
an
again.
objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117 has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in Courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Okay, I'm going to assume the jury's back in the room because he's reading this document again, and he's going to claim he never got it. So if anybody is following any live tweets from the courtroom, can you just confirm that the jury's back? I'm assuming they're back. I'm putting back up the label that it's cross.
Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
We just determined, I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
Okay, so stipulation is something that they've agreed to. So Lally actually agreed to something. He's going to agree, I think, to let this document, this preservation order into evidence that Jackson says was served on Brian Albert back sometime around September 23rd of 2022, which ordered him to preserve his phone because there was going to be a hearing on October 3rd of 2022 with regard to those phones being turned over. And I'm assuming that the jury is back in the room. Jury is in. Thank you, Donna Edwards, very much. Right. Somebody says, Angela Marie says you have to back it up to iCloud for it to be transferred over. I'm not a forensics expert, nor do I claim to be. So we'll hear from the experts on that.
May I? Yes. I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
Oh, the day before this
22nd of
order.
September.
Wow, that's convenient timing, isn't it? Because this order was September 23rd of 2022, and he's saying around the third week in September that he says he traded in his phone, just gave it to the kid in the store. Convenient timing.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
Rephrase the question, please?
This order, it was just stipulated, this order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your iPhone?
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No,
Could have been the 25th?
no.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is anybody buying
That's
this?
just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday.
Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked at another hearing in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. You remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, "So it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days."
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
Within
Yeah.
minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it. Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence. Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
You have to let it stand because he asked that exact question and you sustained the objection and you wouldn't let him answer it. So now that you're provided with proof that he already answered that question in a federal grand jury, by the way, you have to let that answer stand. You don't have a choice. Don't act like you're doing, the defense a favor.
Testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today.
Hold on.
Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence. Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
Let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes,
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
yes.
There are no coincidences. Thank you, Linda.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No,
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone. I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
yes,
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
no,
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
no, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter when it took place?
I think so, yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. When do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones,
Can't rule it out.
right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you read.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why in June of 2023 did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote.
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end
Right.
quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Wow. Talk about
Let's shift gears.
obfuscation. Wow.
Before I shift gears, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until
Hold on. I think you said you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, but it was very low.
You're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone,
Yeah, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer, answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point, Brian Higgins,
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Really? You're 30 years on the job as a Boston police officer, and you want this jury to think that you don't know that the first 48 hours of an investigation are critical? There was no right answer to that question, right? Because he says no, he doesn't understand. He's an absolute moron, the worst law enforcement officer on the fugitive task squad force ever. And if he says yes, then he's admitting that there was a crappy investigation because it was way over 48 hours that his wife was even interviewed, that Proctor got in there. See how there's no right answer to that question? So in his mind, he's now, the wheels are turning, the smoke is coming out of his ears. What do I say? Yes or no? Do I look stupid? Hold on.
First responder, and you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
First 48
Objection, Your Honor.
TV show.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
Why?
You do know that the longer you wait
She didn't
to
rule on
properly
that.
investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an
You wish they
investigator?
had.
Yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just state.
Wow.
Investigator
Hold
or
on.
forensics
I
team
wish
ever
they
come-
had. Wow. He also said he wished that John O'Keefe had come into his house too. Did you remember that? Did John O'Keefe ever come into your house? I wish he had. Wow.
or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator? Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just state.
Did an investigator?
minute.
Or
Yeah, me too. Yeah, well, we're playing that back. I mean, we're playing that back. Yeah, me too. This could be the quote of the day right here.
the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator? Yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just state.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thanks, Bev. I'll allow it.
Yes.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes,
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
yes,
And that might include fighting.
it could, yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Indep- Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase.
You've
What does
trained-
training mean?
You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
I mean, I'd hit a heavy bag,
Right.
but I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Let's help
Yes, sir.
Lally object again.
In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
He was in a TV
I'll allow
show.
that.
It's allowed. Thank you.
No.
You were in fact, no?
That they were featured in a show? No.
You've never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, that's,
Semantics again. See how he suits the question. He just hears the words he wants to hear. We need to take that back. He was on a TV show called Boston's Finest. It was like a reality show.
it's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase.
You've trained, you're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
I mean, I'd hit a heavy bag,
Right.
but I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Really?
Yes,
He was
Jurors,
standing.
disregard that. Mr. Jackson,
Maybe he
no
needed to
comments,
stretch.
just questions,
He didn't
please.
object. I didn't hear it.
In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Your boxing skills were
No.
featured in a TV show.
You were in fact,
No.
no?
That they were featured in a show? No.
You've never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, that's, I wasn't.
He said your boxing skills were featured.
I was asking, is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My
He said your
questions are
boxing
somewhat-
skills were
somewhat
featured.
artful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Yeah, let's do
Okay.
it.
There's a clip.
Let's go to the video. He's not sure if he was sparring. He's not sure if he was featured.
Can you enhance that? Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
Would you go ahead and play that? Sorry.
It's black and white because it's surveillance footage from the bar. I guess their cameras are black and white.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No,
Any explanations?
no, just,
He just showed you the clip and?
yeah, he just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Okay, so you did make an explanation, given him
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
Just fooling around.
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having
fun.
fun with my friends, hanging out, just
Exactly.
being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got
We
into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
yeah,
What were you two talking about? You can tell you're talking.
yeah. I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking up toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, pulled your the pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would know that's indicating being silly. That
Okay. And
that's
then at
not.
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip? which
Please.
is At time of day, 11:55 and 51 seconds.
Being silly and having
I'm sorry,
fun.
11:54 and 52 seconds.
Just being silly and having fun.
Pause it. And highlight it. Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this. Pause. You see what you just did?
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Don't really
Wrestling
know.
hold?
No,
Is
I
that
don't
a
think so.
control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of a control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear
Control
hugging somebody?
hold.
No.
Okay,
That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
let's go ahead and play this.
So he's saying it's not a control hold, it's a bear hug of his buddy.
Stop it. Do you see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but
two are actually in a fight.
Right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to? Does
Yeah,
it
yeah, I don't-
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting.
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five.
Probably not the same as a high five.
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Hmm.
Okay.
How much fooling around?
Almost finished. Let me take that down. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video?
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
Do you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
That was just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Oh,
Going back to the
including
morning of January
including John O'Keefe heading to his house. Yes. So he knew John O'Keefe was heading to his house. He testified, he testified in his statement, or said in his statement, he didn't know John O'Keefe was coming to his house. He just said he did know. So let's take that back.
at 34 Fairview. Minutes, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
There it is.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so. Yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
Oh,
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants and at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids. And, you know, if somebody was trying to call, or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses in my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out, they might need to get a hold of dad, so you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries?
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger, but if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, it's whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery.
See how he looked over to the jury to try and convince them? His routine. It's his routine now. Now it's his routine. Is it a tradition or is it a ritual or is it a routine? He just looked over at the jury to try and convince them. It was subtle, but I'm going to take it
But
back.
You just said,
as a routine, I keep my phone on the bed with me.
that's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, it's whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
Don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
Oh, she
Now
does
you've got
too.
2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Two phones in
And
the
your
bed.
glasses,
Yes.
right?
Hey,
Between the 2 of you.
stop.
Yes.
Got it.
It's comedy gold, comedy gold. Hold on. Now you got 2 phones in the bed because your wife sleeps with it in the bed too.
Assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand.
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
2
Yes.
phones and your glasses.
Your phone have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yeah, answer that.
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so
s-
that's.
Oh, did you hear that? That
that's-
was like
Honest,
the most
that's-
whispered objection. It was like, objection, Your Honor. Listen.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All
I
right,
s-
so that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else
Come on,
is in the
Mr.
bed? with you? Your
Jackson.
keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses,
Yes.
and Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the 2 of you.
Usually, yes.
So if they were having intimate relations, did they break the glasses and the phones? Because that's what they've been telling us all along is how the phone gets answered. Let's listen.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m., 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
I don't like the butt dial. All right. How long have you used?
The butt dials have entered the trial. Here it comes. Well, I don't know how because it was inadvertent. Okay, Triple Diamond said, how did he unlock it? Okay, listen up.
An iPhone. So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
I don't like the butt dial. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
A long time.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
All right. What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
You want the receipts?
Is it your testimony, let me just ask, is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
Assistant.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly. Oh, sorry. They have just one more.
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
I'm not gonna mark this. Just see.
Shaylee says an innocent man doesn't sleep with his
So I just
phone.
want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13.
Only a man who has
Let me know
something to
when you're
hide.
Prepared.
Oh, he's taking a long time with this one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Love to know what the jury's doing now. Rolling their eyes, they're shaking their heads, or they just head down like
May I
this,
approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
mind numbing.
with the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? You remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach Your Honor?
Yes.
Let's look at the log, shall we? People want to know how you butt dial on a locked phone.
Do this with the court's permission. Let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. You know, I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding.
I've seen some records before. Yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds.
22
correct?
seconds.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds. Correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone. Did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't
by
know.
definition.
I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
He doesn't know
Have you ever missed a
that?
call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? After your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red. So no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call.
Semantics.
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call. Yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it. Yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Assisting.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was, you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert, that's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have voice, face recognition too, so it can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second.
Do you have butt recognition on your phone?
The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
He doesn't know how to work
Tap
his
on a
phone.
contact, that opens up the contact page or the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
at 2:22 in the morning?
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
Oh,
So Mr. Albert,
you said it was in
how
bed.
did you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing.
Well,
here.
you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yeah.
I want to see Counselor Sadler.
I'm getting a twitch. My eye is starting to twitch. Have you ever seen anything such as like,
Mr. Albert, you were the only. Are you still was open and unlocked? Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying I could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
Did you hit a button to answer a call
I
from
d-
Brian Higgins?
I don't,
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
no.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
He doesn't remember answering the phone now. He could have answered it, but Chloe is not a human and he has no idea how to work a phone. But now he doesn't remember if he answered it or know if he answered it. I can't even keep his answer straight at this point. My head is swimming, my eyes are glazing over, and this guy will not answer a question.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
No, you don't get to.
Now your
handcuff
testimony
him.
is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question and you answered, quote, "Yeah, it's only possible that it's me," end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
Wait, June of 22 or June of 23?
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote,
Objection.
"I guess I could have talked to him," meaning Mr. Higgins.
I guess I could have talked to him.
I'll
I don't-
allow this, and this is-
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes.
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jen McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you're awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes,
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
yes,
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
yes,
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and in the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes,
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
yes,
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
yes,
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
yes,
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes,
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
yes,
And Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
yes,
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
yes,
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
trying to find it.
Take your time.
AJ is wearing him down. He's wearing him down slowly but surely.
What time are you referring to?
3:24 p.m.
I see it, yes,
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
yes,
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
yes,
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day, spoke for about 16 minutes.
yes,
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
yes,
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
yes,
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
yes,
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
yes,
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls, no.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There are a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you've just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, Jared. we're going to send the jury out. First, actually, why don't we take the lunch? I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Court, all right, please.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Sending the jury out. Let's see. We're a little bit behind, but not too much.
All right, court stands
You
for-
are muted.
The lunch button. There it is. The lunch button. Somebody's saying Colin is not worth it. Colin is not worth it. It's okay. Yeah, I know. We shouldn't. It's not good for him to get a break, to get a chance to reset. See if they come back and tell us what time they're going to be done with lunch. It's just the fan. Keep the fan on for now. No lunch now. No lunch now. Can somebody check and see if anybody is live tweeting in the courtroom and tell us if they are leaving or if they are coming back or what time they are coming back so that we know if we have time to play some things that I have queued up for you that I thought were kind of fun. Luna's mom, thanks for being a member for 4 months. Just got my letter about it from AT&T. Got the app. Oh, you did. You got your letter about that data breach from AT&T, right? And that your stuff was leaked to the dark web, including your social security number. Yep. They took a while to let everybody know because in the beginning, remember, everybody had no service for like a day or two. And they're like, oh, no worries. You know, we're just doing a software update. And then they're like, oh, hey, sorry for the inconvenience. We're going to give you a $5 credit on your bill. Then it turns out there was a huge data breach. So good. I'm glad that Aura can help you. Kathy Todd, thanks for the super sticker. Nico 2020, thanks for the super chat. He got rid of the phone the day before the order because Morrissey told him verbally, get rid of the phone. We'll see if that comes out. It hasn't come out yet that he got a new number, but I think that's the idea. He traded in his old phone and he got a new phone, but he also got a new number. So in that case, if he had a new number, all of that old data wouldn't transfer to the new number, right? We're going to hear an expert on that, I'm sure. David Reese, thanks to the super chat. iPhone has a feature that allows data to be transferred directly from the old phone to the new. He would have had to delete prior to upgrade. Yeah, but what if you get a new number? That's my question. Barbara, thanks for the super chat. I was a paramedic 35 years. This is the same as if I said I don't know how to or if I ever used a bandage. Yeah, similar. On top, thank you for another super sticker. Disabled Rebel, thanks for the super chat. Is he watching the same footage as the rest of us? You mean at home, at night, on YouTube, on Court TV, on Law and Crime, on any one of the million other stations that's showing this live? I'd like to know. Megan, thanks for the 20. Goose and Maverick turned gangsta. You can't make this up. You sure can't. Jem, thank you so much for your super chat. I'm so glad I was able to watch Jackson's Cross. Oh, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. They're doing a little sidebar right now. And then I think they're going to go to lunch. And we're going to see what else we have. How long is lunch? Asking from the UK. I don't know. Let's see. The new number was discussed. Patriot says, when Goody had to admit that Goody supplied two different versions of the police report. The photos were different and Brian's numbers were different. That's correct. Jay Andres says you can change your number after you upgrade and transfer info. I don't know. That I do not know. Lunch is from 1 to 2. Well, yeah, okay. It's 12:52 though right now. Lady Grace says I transferred my info when I changed phones, number, and carrier. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Wonder if Lally will ever get into any evidence, actual evidence of guilt, or just spend weeks defending the Alberts and McCabe's. I want to know that too. Back at 145. Okay. Let's, I want to show you something that Aussie Insider made, which I thought was so great. on YouTube. And I know Aussie Insider, I don't know if you're in the chat today, but I know that you often are. So I want to play this, your video from yesterday. And it's a whole bunch of different law tubers' reactions to part of this trial. And I think you're going to find it funny. So let us see where it is. Okay. Okay, it's called Attorneys Lose It Over CW Evidence, Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. So I'm going to play this for you while I take a quick break for a few minutes. And I think you're going to like it. Back at 1:45. So let's put this up. Enjoy. Are we on Candid Camera? Are we on Candid Camera?
Your leaf blower needs more blows, sir, but it also needs to not be here.
Yeah, is it gas or electric? I need to know. Did they plug it in? Is it a handheld? Is there batteries in there?
At least we'll get to see the
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. What's up on?
leaf blower.
My own personal leaf blower that I got at Lowe's or Home Depot last year on sale for $89.99. It did a great job at the scene for evidence collection. And yeah.
So they got 3 officers here, and none of them go, this is a stupid thing we're doing right now, right? You would think there'd be somebody there who would be going, guys, I have a thought. Maybe we should not do this. Like, maybe we should do anything but this.
It's my leaf blower. I just shot home and got it because, somebody thought it'd be a great idea. Because, it was windy and there was snow. We needed to collect some evidence. So I shot home, got it, shot right back. No big whoop. No big whoop, because I don't live so far. Everybody lives in the same neighborhood.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Are you going to tell me that the red Solo cups were transported in the Stop and Shop bag? Is that what's going to happen next? That can't be so.
Because we're stopping and shopping for evidence.
It does not look like an evidence bag, does it?
No.
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
Correct.
Stop and Shop.
So, not a forensically stable item, correct? Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
The F is going on,
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
Is this the bag of blood?
There it is.
Oh my God. Just sitting there?
Yep, correct.
Certainly not still.
Stop and Shop has entered the chat. Stop and Shop has entered the trial. The evidence was collected in red Solo cups obtained from the deputy chief, Tom Kelleher, who lived kind of across the street from John O'Keefe, but not exactly. He gave them some red Solo cups, and then they put it into a Stop and Shop bag, and it is now sitting in the sally port next to the vehicle.
The photograph.
Yes. You
What is
got
that?
to be
Those are the
effing
plastic cups with the
kidding
coagulated
me.
blood.
This is not the. This cannot be happening right now. This is not what's happening.
And also, those are not in individualized bags. Those are not in individualized bags. Those are just out in the open. There's no cover to them. Like anything could have made its way into this thing. Like, just what is happening with this? This is just insane. It's
not even sealed up. It's just sitting in the Sally port. These are the cups of blood that should have been in the temporary evidence locker and then in the permanent evidence locker.
What?
Correct. You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Probably Stop and
Is that a
Shop.
bag that you supplied to?
I will say I am disappointed. I was really hoping that it would be Piggly Wiggly. Piggly Wiggly would have made this, or maybe a Bucky's, but like, I think Piggly Wiggly would have been funnier. But yeah, Stop and Shop. Ooh.
Next photograph, please.
I'm sorry, if the Stop and Shop bag is sitting in the Sally port next to the defendant's vehicle, are the red Solo cups still in it? Did it ever get marked into evidence? Did it get refrigerated? Oh God.
Points. So I don't understand. What was the point? What was the point in using these red Solo cups when you're a mile away from the police department? I don't understand why use unsterilized Solo cups. Like, what is happening with this investigation? I am losing my mind.
Human blood of a dead man is sitting in red Solo cups in a ShopRite bag or a supermarket bag instead of an evidence collection bag. No seal, no temperature control, just sitting there.
You have got to be kidding me.
Is it possible that before it contained evidence, this contained somebody's groceries?
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not.
Sandwiches. That's what we think. It's a bunch of sandwiches on the floor of the Sally port right next to Karen Reed's car.
You know those cups were not sterilized. They're not labeled. There's no label on the bag. We don't know when anything was collected. You don't even really know that that's that person's, just cups of blood.
Like, did somebody go on a condom run and that's what was in there? Like, I just don't know.
What's in the bag? What's in the bag? We're gonna surprise him. Surprise! It's not groceries.
This is, oh my God. Okay. Artie.
Oh my God. You've got to be joking me. Emily, keep watching. That.
Oop, there it is.
This is both the best and worst picture in the history of time, because here we've got this picture of them handling the evidence, and it's in Solo cups that they got from some dude, and then they stuff it into a used grocery bag. Then the officer is holding this open with gloves. The gloves are what makes it. The gloves are the best part, because it's like, we have every source of contamination possible, but we're wearing gloves. Why bother? Why? This is so stupid.
Look at it and weep. How funny is that? Go and subscribe to Aussie Insider because I think it's she has more. Has more. We can watch another one in a few if you'd like, because they are some funny stuff. Those are actual law tubers, actual reactions to the actual evidence in the Karen Reed trial.
More blows.
And so many of the law tubers had not covered this. So it's like all the natural reactions from people who were not following this trial as closely as we have been following all of the pretrial shenanigans that have gone on. So Aussie Insider, great job. Hilarious. Yes, please. So funny. You guys were laughing. You were crying. And it's so funny because I don't know Ian or Natalie or Emily. I don't know who else was in there. But I don't really feel like it's a competition. I feel like people who watch LawTube watch everyone and they have their favorites and they're going to watch everybody. It's not a competition. There's room for everybody. And I think it's so funny. The reactions are just killing me. Like, that was crazy. The screaming goat sound. Yeah. But wait, there's more. Stay tuned. There's so much more. So much more. Thanks, Aussie Insider. Yeah. That was crazy, right? So crazy. Thank you, Cheryl, for the Venmo, who says, regarding the noise outside the house that morning, is that the fire truck would have had to engage the pump to circulate water to prevent the pump and lines from freezing. When the pump on a fire truck is engaged, the RPMs will increase and the truck engine would be even louder. Yeah, I know. Do you mean to tell me that Chloe didn't wake up at all? That Chloe was just not barking at all? So many things about this case and this evidence. When are they going to start to show the evidence that Karen hit John with her car? That's what I want to know, because we're on day 10. And so far, this has been about defending the McAlberts. Thank you, RB, for buying a matcha latte. Says, everyone is talking about your coverage of this case. All are saying a great job. Thanks. Well, I hope you're watching too, RB. And Cheryl also for buying a matcha latte. Hope you saw my super chat prior to the stream going live this morning regarding 34 being refinanced in August 21. Love your coverage. No, you know what happens if you put it up before the stream? I don't get it. But Cheryl says somehow it disappeared. That 34 Fairview was refinanced in August of 2021. Oh, I think I did see it. And you said they got like a 3% rate on their refi. So why would they have sold the house if they had a 3% refi done right in August of 2021? Then Officer O'Keefe is murdered and found on their front lawn in January of 22. And then they said they were talking about putting the house on the market in November of 21, right after they refinanced. I don't know. Does that make sense to you? Does it make sense to you, my friends? Because it doesn't make sense to me. It's kind of crazy. They had to get attorneys. That is a great question. That is a great question, Cheryl. And thank you for coming in with the matcha latte. There's not enough caffeine for this case. There's really just not enough caffeine at all. But what we are going to do right now is we are going to teleport over to the 2 o'clock stream. But since we're all here and going there now, I'm going to come on right away and we're going to show some other videos from Aussie Insider right now before the 1:45 start. So it's going to start a little bit early, but what we're going to do right now is head on over there. Everybody ready to be teleported? Because we're going over to the afternoon stream. I'll meet you there in about 2 minutes. Young Black Economist says, I come here and start chatting because I see some chatters in here. I see in Emily's chat, so I know it's safe and it's not going to be racist. Chatters allowed to be mean. Lots of places on YouTube are racist. Really? Wow, I'm really, really sorry that you're experiencing that. We don't tolerate that here. So welcome. We're going to teleport on over to the afternoon stream. So let's go. And here we go. I'll meet you there in 2 minutes. Peace.